I will first introduce myself, and probably we can. I would also like to know all the students. Unfortunately, we might or we might not be able to, uh, do physical classes, lectures. So therefore, I think we need to know each other. So I suggest that on the very first day today, so we will take a little time to introduce yourself in a very briefly, right? Because we have about 64 students here. So I want you all to tell your name and where you work. And also if you have done any previous, if you have any previous qualifications, you can just state that as well. Then I will understand to which level I should, project my presentations. So that's the whole idea. So I request you all to switch on the cam initially, at least at the time you introduce yourself, so that we know each other who this is. Right. So first I will introduce myself. Right. So let me just share this slide. Right. Can you all see this? Lasita, is it visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, thanks. So I'm Nilo Kamarasinghe, and I will go through my qualifications. I have a PhD in management at Management and Science University, Malaysia, and my MBA comes from University of Peradeniya, and I have AIB, that is banking, and also CIM, UK. And I serve as the head of leasing at Het National Bank. Uh, just to give you a bit of a idea of my engagements. Currently, I am a member of the board of study at Business Administration department in Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture at University of Peradeniya. Also, I'm a member of the Quality Assurance Committee at the management faculty. That is Faculty of Management at University of Peradeniya, and also a member of the examination panel for MBA Comprehensive Defense examinations. That is the VIVA for the University of Peradeniya. Then I'm also been engaged in lecturing in these particular universities and private universities. You can see I've been lecturing for IBSL banking students for quite a long time, about 10 years. And your ease of MBA program, in fact, we started the first batch in Kandy with 4 students. And now glad to see that there are about 80 or 90 registered in this particular batch. So also I lecture in other programs, MBA as well as BBA programs as well. Right. So that's a little bit of about myself, and I will just like to, before we start anything on the course content, on the course matters, and how we are going to do this program, I would like to just invite you to quickly, because we don't have much time, so quickly invite you to introduce yourself very briefly. Write your name, where you work, and what is your capacity, and also if you have any qualifications, quickly. All right, over to you all. I can't hear. Yeah.
Hello, good afternoon everybody. My name is Kamal Chandra. I am working in textile industry as a quality manager. Currently I am living in now Dhaka, Bangladesh. So I have the 30 years experience in garment sector.
So you are joining from Bangladesh, are you?
Yes, I am from.
You are based there, right? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kamal. Okay. Can we have the next, please?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, I'm Arshad Anis. Hello.
Yes,
yeah, I'm Arshad Anis, working for Amanataka Full Life PLC for the last 10 years, and overall I have 20 years sales experience and a bit of a in clerical area as well. So I'm living in Gampur. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Can we have next? Yes.
Yeah, I am Fahim Mansoor. I am from Sri Lanka now. Currently, I am working in Myanmar. Last 22 years, I am in Myanmar. So I had finished my O-level, A-levels in Sri Lanka, and I have do the GTZ, German Technical Zone, the dressmaking, and after that, I have shift in 2001. So still, I am working as a plant and deputy managing director in Myanmar. So currently, staying in Myanmar with my family. I have 3 kids. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi guys, nice to talking to you all. We'll see you catch up in next classes.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the next?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
I am Pradeep from Raj Pharmacy.
Okay,
As
go.
a pharmacist, I have completed my B Pharm, so I run the pharmacy over here. So I'm hoping to get a good experience through this. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Right. So can we have the next?
I'm Sanjay Bandarnaka. I'm working as a sales manager for Imakemi NB Ceylon Limited, which is a pharmaceutical importer and a manufacturer. I'm working there for last 10 years. My experience in the field for 22 years.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Amila Fernando. I'm my hometown Nigambu. Currently, I'm located in Indonesia. I'm working as a factory manager. Over 20 years experience in the manufacturing.
Yeah. Amila, I think I can't see you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Please switch on your.
Is your video on? No.
Yeah, already on.
On. Anyway, for some reason. Okay. All right. Okay. You are in Indonesia, right?
Yeah, correct. Indonesia.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Sir. Next.
Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello. I'm Chenaketi Arachi.
Yes.
I am working in Bangladesh apparel industry. My manufacturing experience last 20 years experience of manufacturing experience. And now I'm currently my location Sri Lanka in Maharagama.
All right. All right.
Hello, I am Buddhika Jayaratna. I am from Vietnam. Now I am working as operation manager Delta Galil Vietnam. I am from Kandy. Thank you. Nice to see you all. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Hello.
Next.
I am Hari from Kandy. I am the proprietor of Raj Pharmacy Private Limited in Kandy, right in front of Asiri Hospital. I completed my B Pharm, Bachelor of Pharmaceuticals, in India, and I have like a 5 years experience in this field.
Okay. Thank you, Hari. Next.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah.
Ranjan.
Yes, Ranjan. Yeah. Go ahead.
Attached to Best Practice Plantations PLC, and I have 24 years of experience and I'm working as a senior manager.
Okay. All right. Okay. Right. Thank you, sir.
I am working in the Bangladesh as a deputy general manager as a quality department of quality. So I am staying in the Bangladesh. So I have experience like a 20 years experience of this industry, and currently I am staying in Bangladesh.
Thank you. All right. Next.
Hello, nice to meet you everybody. I am Priyankara Gunatilaka, presently working as a senior quality assurance manager at Best International Government Ethiopia. My hometown is Matali. Thank you very much.
Where are you now currently?
Yeah, currently I'm in vacation for 1 month vacation. Came to Sri Lanka before 2 weeks.
Right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I am Jude.
Hello.
I'm working in INGO World Vision Lanka. I'm working for 15 years now. Actually, originally, before come to this NGO sector or social service sector, I was working as a principal and I have completed a PGDE. Now, around 15 years, I am engaging in humanitarian sector.
Okay. All right.
Hello.
Next.
Hello, I'm Mike Fernando, working to the Serena Fashions. I'm in Dhaka.
I'm here as a CWO. It's almost like a 25 years experience.
Right. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Mike.
I'm Tushar Vartigedara.
Yeah. Yeah, Tushar, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm Tushar Vartigedara. So I'm working for apparel sector as a senior manager quality. So I'm working in Bangladesh around 10 years. So my hometown is Morator.
Thank you. Thank you. Next.
Hello.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Tarek. I'm working as a QA manager. Presently, I'm in Vietnam. My hometown is Kandy. I have 17 years experience in garment field. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. So who's next?
Hi, my name is Sujeeva Rupasingha.
Yeah.
I'm currently based in Bangladesh. I'm working for a company called APL Logistics, a supply chain management company, multinational. I'm currently dual functioning, working as a managing director for Bangladesh, and also I'm looking after the region for retail vertical.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah.
I'm Charit Bandara, currently working at regional manager at Padavina's PLC. Now I'm supervising 6 branches and I have 15 years experience in this industry. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you. Thank you. Who's next?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Prabhuddha Hiran, working for Frottenberg Apparel, German-based company. I'm residing in Bangladesh, Dhaka, working as a business development manager.
Okay, Hiran. Thanks. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I'm Sajid Tarak Batirana. I'm from Kandy. I'm a banker. I'm Bank of Ceylon. I have 8 years experience.
Okay, thank you. Who's next?
Doctor. Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, can hear. Go ahead.
Doctor.
Hello.
I'm Raj Karma, working as
Hello.
NITA, National Apprentice Industry Training Authority. Live in Kandy. Airport.
Right. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
This is Shanaka from Bangladesh.
Yeah.
I'm working as a quality senior manager in apparel sector. Has 24 years of experience with me. My hope is, but now currently I'm in Bangladesh.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Who is next?
Hello.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon,
sir.
all. I am Abdullah. I am from Bangladesh. Currently working Regency Government Limited as a factory manager. I have 15-year experience in apparel sector.
Okay. Thank you.
Hello.
Next.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Hello.
yes, Anushka, you started, right?
Yes, sir.
Anushka, go
Good
ahead.
afternoon, sir. I am Anushka Jayasekara. I am a quantity survey and site manager. I am working in Valence Engineering Service Private Limited, which is a construction firm, and I have 14 years experience in the industry. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Next.
Good afternoon, all.
Yes. Good afternoon. Yes. Yes,
I'm
Tushar.
Tushar. I'm from Ethiopia. Now I'm living in Ethiopia as a mechanical executive. Hele in Ethiopia. I have 19 years experience in garment industry.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Tushar.
Yeah,
Who is-
Asita here
Yes.
from Vietnam. That
Yes.
carrying 22 years experience for apparel, working as a manager. I'm native from Ottawa.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Asta.
Good afternoon,
yes.
sir. Good afternoon, all.
Yes. Good afternoon. Yes, Vijita.
I am Vijita. I'm currently working in Bangladesh as production manager. I'm government.
Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kamal Nainaratne.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Go ahead. We can hear you.
My home country is Mavanella, Sri Lanka, but now I am currently living in Cambodia. So came from the apparel sector. My experience is 21 years. Now I am working as a senior quality manager for TMI Group. It's a Singapore company, and we are manufacturing through Adidas. Thank you very much for all.
Okay, thanks, Kamal. Who is next?
Hello. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Damita.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
I'm Jadi, sir. Currently, I'm working with the government, Bangladesh, as a production manager.
Yes, Jam.
I have 17 years experience.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon.
I'm Damita Veerasinghe from Kandy. Currently, I'm working as a senior manager software and BI development in MJ Penguin Group. So I have nearly 14 years of experience in ICT and manufacturing domain.
Okay, great. Okay, thanks. Next.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Vindhya Pereira, working in Children's Paris Limited as a merchandising manager. I have 12 years experience in this field. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Who is next?
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon. Yes. Yes,
I'm Nuan. Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'm Nuan, currently living in Madagascar, working in the textile industry as a shipping and the logistic manager, and I'm having 8 years experience as well in the industry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Hi.
Yes.
Good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon. Yes. Yes, Aranda. Yes, go
My
ahead.
name is Aranda. Currently, I'm working in Vietnam as a development manager. I have 20 years of experience in the garment field. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Okay.
sir.
Who's
Good
next?
afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon.
I'm Harsha from Kandy.
Working in Bangladesh as a GM operation.
Yeah, hold on, Harsha. Yeah, go ahead, Harsha. Yeah, sorry.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm
Yeah.
Harsha from Kandy. Currently, I'm working in National Savings Bank as an executive officer. I have 16 years experience in banking sector.
Thank you. Okay, Manjula, you can start.
Yeah, I'm Manjula. Currently, I'm working in Bangladesh as a GM operations. I have 24 years experience in government sector.
Okay. Okay. Who's next?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. I am Suranga.
Yes.
Currently, I'm working at Mass Intimates. I have 14 years experience for the apparel sector.
Okay. Okay. Thanks, Ranga. Who's next?
Good evening, sir.
Yeah, good evening.
I am Radhika Gunaratna. I am working as a production manager, MS Holdings. My experience is 16 years now.
Okay, thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Roshan Laxiri. Actually, I am working as a country general manager for Smartshare Sri Lanka Limited. So basically, I'm having 25 years experience in the apparel sector.
Right. Thank you. Okay. Thanks, Roshan. Who's next?
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Hello. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes.
I'm
Good afternoon.
Sumit Vekanayaka, working at Head National Bank at branch as a banking assistant. I have 22 years of experience in banking sector. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks. Yes. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm Dilip Pereira. I'm working at logistic field for nearly 8 years. I'm currently working at Toronto, Lanka as the Kandy branch manager. I'm residing in Katugasata.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah. Go ahead, Father.
I'm Asma from Katugasata. I'm working as a head teacher of a private school where I have 10 years of experience in the education sector. I have almost involved in HR, finance, and presently I'm learning administration as well. And I have completed my bachelor's degree in commerce at Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Hello, I am Haris Hanifa. I work as the Global General Manager controlling the Far East production and supply chain for Mountcastle Holdings, Australia. and we are into fashion and retail headwear industry and military products and garments. I have about 20 to 22 years of experience. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Everyone. I am working in Jordan, executive.
Thanks, Tarak. Okay.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I am Prasanna, working in Mass Holdings Shade Line Factory, Yangane, as a factory engineer. I have 16 years experience in engineering section.
Okay, right. Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
I am Bandara Eknayaka. I work in at NDB Bank. Position is a business development manager. Thank you all.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. Next.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, just go ahead. I will introduce secondly. Yeah, shall I go?
Please go ahead.
Doctor, my name is Mohammed Hassan, working as a product manager for Valsir Italy, based in Dubai and responsible for the GCC region. We are one of leading manufacturer for plumbing and HVAC product. Also, I'm having like almost 14 to 15 years experience in the same industry.
Are you in Sri Lanka or in UAE?
No, I'm based in UAE, sir.
Right, okay. All right. Okay, thanks. Okay, next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am
Yes.
Mr. Gunaratna. I am working as an industrial engineering general manager, working in Bangladesh. Right now, my experience is 21 years.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, next.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jamil. Basically, I'm
Yes.
from Kadawatha. Currently, I'm working from CDB Finance PLC as a senior business development manager.
Thank you. Thanks. Next.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Harsha Gardia from Kandy.
Yes.
I own filling station and challenge center in Gampur. I have 7 years experience in this field. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, who's next?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Suresh from Kandy. I work at Asset Finance Company as a branch manager.
Oh.
I have 13 years experience.
Okay, thank you. Next. So, okay, so we have 72. All 72 have introduced themselves.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Imashi Daratna, currently working at Sri Lanka Telecom as an account manager since 2016. I have completed my postgraduate diploma at SLIM and CIM UK. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, next. Yeah, go ahead. Can't hear, Nisha. I think you need to unmute your, right. Okay. I think Nimesha, I think you're not unmuted your mic, so we can't hear you. Or you need to increase your volume.
I'm Shanti from Kandy.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Shanti, yeah, continue.
Yeah. Good afternoon, boss. I'm Shanti from Kandy, and I'm working for Hat National Bank Kandy branch as a relationship associate, and I have 12 years of experience.
Okay.
Thank you, boss.
Yes. Who's next?
Good evening, Doctor.
Good evening. Go ahead.
I'm Dilrukshi Indirugolla, currently working in Sampath Bank, Peradeniya. I have 13 years banking experience. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Okay. Next. No, can't hear. I think, yeah.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir, and all. I'm Lakshmi Bandara from Kandy. Currently working at Bank Asilan Supergrid Branch Kandy as a internal control officer. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, doctor.
Yeah.
I'm Benjamin, and I'm working for an international NGO called World Vision Lanka, and I'm operating as a cluster program manager. And my workplace is Nuvarelia and Hatton region, and I come from Martali. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Next. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Doctor. I'm Baruni Gunasekara and I'm working at People's Bank as Deputy Manager and I have nearly 20 years of experience in the banking sector.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Yes, Nimesha, you can try. We didn't hear you earlier.
I'm Nimesha. Okay. I'm Nimesha from Kandy, working for People's Bank as an assistant manager, and I have 16 years experience. I got my bachelor's from University of Peradeniya.
Okay, thank you. Right. Who's next? So let's quickly finish this intro session. So all introduce. Anybody else to introduce? Yeah, Jayanta, go ahead.
I'm Jayanta from Kurunagala, working as an assistant manager for Corporate Leasing Company Limited. I have 10 years experience in leasing field.
Yes, next. Not audible. You can unmute your mic.
Sorry.
All right.
Sir, I am Bandara. Currently, I am working as a production and technical manager in China. I got nearly 21 years experience, mostly overseas, nearly 12 years.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who's next? Yeah, so seems everybody is introduced, right? Is anybody left?
Sorry, sir, I was facing a connectivity issue.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me try to switch on my camera.
Yes.
Hi, sir. I'm Sachini Mahaulpata. I work at HSBC Bank as a project manager and a process consultant in operations transformation. I hold a BMS degree as well as I'm a safe agilist. Altogether, I have 11 years of work experience in total.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, anybody else? Anybody else? Right, if anybody missed out and still y'all can introduce. So I will officially start by saying congratulations and for joining this MBA program because you all have made that decision that, you know, business or, you know, knowing management is essential irrespective of what type of job you are in. So today I think is very significant. I am seeing, you know, some of the brighter sides of this pandemic, right? We have never seen such a diverse international community joining in our classes. Now this is my, I mean, I'm the only lecturer who has been there from the first batch in ESOFT in Kandy. So we had only 4 students at that time. So today I'm seeing, like, you know, many people, you know, joining from all over the world globally. representing their different marketplaces, different issues, different dynamics, and different structures of working. So it's a blessing. It's a sort of a blessing in disguise, I'm sure, for all of us, because had it been a conventional physical class, I'm sure most of the people, half of this class, wouldn't have been able to do this MBA. So that is the first thing that I just want to mention to all of you. Then also, generally we have a reasonable number of lean management personnel joining in for the MBA class, apart from the others in the service sector. So I think this time we have about 75% coming from lean backgrounds. So that gives us a lot of discussion, lot of insights that I can get from each and every one of you, because all of you being very senior people in your respective areas have a lot of experience, lot of learning in management. So I'm sure that we can share this whenever we have time, and we do a lot of discussions. So let us ensure that we learn from each other. Then just to start with, why I said congratulations to all of you for joining this ESOFT classes. Most of you all, I believe, has not been continuously studying, continuously engaged in knowledge upgrading in a structured program. Today we believe in learning for life, or we call it lifelong learning concepts. We need to learn as we go on. So one of the ambitions, one of the objectives of this MBA is to put you to that lifelong learning platform, right? So me starting this course in the first semester has a great deal of responsibility in helping you all to get into that platform. So having said that, and also why I congratulated you all is, you all know that the MBAs, right? If I ask you which is considered as the best MBA in the world, most of you all would say Harvard, Stanford, and so on and so forth, right? So what is unique in those universities, if you really look around, is that there's so much of peer learning that happens in their universities. And when you say peer learning, the students who come to Harvards and Stanfords are people representing the top-notch companies in the world. So apart from that, and in-depth thorough research that happens in these universities has brought them into those status. And now if you look at the Sri Lankan context, right, we have the government universities having a lot of content in their teaching, right? And like MBAs in the government universities has a lot of content, right? But when it comes to the reflection, or when it comes to the application, although they try to get along with the industry, it's a known fact that that sort of engagement is very less. Then when it comes to the private sector, we know the content is very less, and therefore, like most of the time we in private sector universities, we touch upon the basics. We don't go deep into deep-rooted theories and so on and so forth. So at ESOFT, we try to bridge, to be in between, and to ensure that we sort of provide you with the best knowledge that we can within the given period of time, and also to have this engagement and also the reflection, and to reflect upon what we are learning. So that's the whole thing that we wanted to focus on. So having said that, the subject that I'm going to teach you is leadership and strategic management. Is a essential thing in today's context. Why leadership and strategic management is very essential, I will let you know when we go forward. So just wanted to, I'm just sharing the student module. I just need a little bit of responses from you. Can you all, first of all, can you see what I'm sharing at the moment?
Yes.
Yes, thanks.
Yes.
And
Yes.
also, have you got this by now? Through email?
Not yet, doctor, since I think Lasita has told the university has not yet confirmed the finalized this document.
Exactly.
Once it's finalized, it will be.
Yes, you're correct. In fact, what I'm showing you is the previous semester's the student guide, but the provisional student guide that I've got doesn't have, you know, a big variance with that. So we are yet to get the confirmation on the changes, but we can't, you know, keep you blind, right? So what I'll do is I will take you forward through this, and we try to understand some of the salient things, salient features in this course. Right, so your module number is MN7185. Those things won't change, and I will just brush upon some of the few important things. Right, you can see this is a level 7 module, right, in terms of your qualification level, right, and you get 20 credits for this subject. Now getting 20 credits is a serious business, right? So teaching like this, or we call it is tutor supported, is not going to help you to get 20 credits alone, right? Okay, right. So you want me to zoom in? Sure, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah. Right. Can you see it better now?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thanks. Right. So, what I was trying to say is like 20 credits, right, cannot be, you know, achieved merely by, you know, teaching you for 45 hours, right? So there are a lot of engagement that I expect from you all to ensure that you get this 20 credits into your system or into your value.
Doctor, sorry for disturbing, doctor. That level 1 means, is that the this MBA groups level, or that is the standard level?
No, this is actually now they would have told you about the SQ and the Sri Lanka quality standards as well as the London quality levels, right? So, so what happens here is, you know, there are certain levels. Now, say for example, if you go by SLQA, Sri Lanka qualification standards, the highest level is level 12, then 12 is PhD, 11 is MPhil, 10 is, you know, MBA with a research. So like that, you know, that is Sri Lankan context. But in UK context, you know, it's slightly different. It goes up to 10, right? So this is the module level that they are talking in this particular MBA curriculum. So you don't have to worry much about this. Right? So why do they say module level is some of the people who are doing level 7 and coming for this MBA doesn't have to do this subject again, right? That is the reason. So it's, you don't have to worry much on this level, but you have to worry about these credits, 20 credits, right? That is very serious thing, right? So here you will see a lot of stuff on the module description, what you are going to learn and all that. I'm going to slightly skip those and, you know, take you to some of the important areas. Right. So this is what you are going to learn by doing this. It will demonstrate an understanding of the nature of leadership and strategic management. students will be able to communicate and articulate their understanding of leadership and strategy theories, right? So it's about, it's about the theory. Then apply a body of knowledge. Now, when you say body of knowledge means, not only what is being taught in the classroom, but you should be able to apply lot of knowledge acquired by you. So how you are going to do that, I'm going to tell you. When we do our assignments, when we do our presentations, you will learn how you are going to acquire a body of knowledge. Then theory and practice to complex management and strategic issues in organizations. Now, theory is there, but what's the use of theory if we can't use it, if we don't use it, and if we don't know how to use it and when to use it? So this is what we are going to learn in this module. We are going to learn theory as well as, and what are the times, what are the instances, contexts that we are going to use it, right? So critically examine current academic theory and debates on leadership and strategic management. So we are going to critically examine, we are going to critically discuss, right? Now, I'll give an example, like if you say plantations, we had some students coming from plantation background. When you look at plantation in Sri Lanka and plantation in Nigeria, it's quite a different, context altogether. There are certain theories on plantation, but can we apply the same theory in Sri Lanka and in Nigeria or Kenya for that matter, right? This is the sort of application that we need to really, do while learning the theories, right? So that contextual suitability, how to be, adapted, is what is discussed as critical, critical analysis or critically discussing theory as against your background. This is what we are going to do in our assessment or assignments as well, right? Then demonstrate a critical appreciation of responsible leadership that emphasizes the ethical dimensions that informs these activities. Now, how are we going to do our, leadership role, in a more ethical manner? And also, how do we develop our own skill set? The sixth point is that, right? You may be a good CEO, you may be a, a leader, heading a department, heading, whatever unit, but what about your personal skills, right? So that part is also being looked at when we go through this module, right? So I'm just, running through this quickly. I'm not going to, I'm not going to sort of, read everything, we are wasting our time. Right, so your prescribed text is the North House, P North House, right? P North House, you can see it here, leadership, theory and practice, right? So this is your prescribed text. Now what I'm going to do is, now this is the most hardest part, right? Because this batch is quite, big, so it's quite challenging for me as well. But how we've been doing is, I want you all to share your email address on this MS Teams, all of you. So I'm going to copy all these email addresses and create one group, and I'm going to send you the textbook, then some journals, whatever the instructions that you need as and when we go on, right? So I just want you to just drop your email address properly to this text here, all of you. So I'm expecting about 72 email addresses to come in here, right? At the same time, like my email address would be this. In case you don't get an email by tomorrow, right? You just drop me a mail to this email address in case you don't get it, right? Because sometimes be mindful Now these are practical stuff. Whatever you are going to email addresses that you are going to give me, you know, you all know that, you know, when I send, it might, you know, recognize it as a spam. So look at your spam, you know, and ensure that you check your spam and then come back to me and say whether if you have not got it, right? Right. So this is my email address. I'm just typing it in here. Okay. I hope the instructions are clear. Right. So while you do that, I will just take you to the assignments, and this assignment, okay, before the assignments, I just want you to have a look at this, right? I told you it's 45 hours of lecturing, or it's 45 hours of tutor supported work that we do. You can see it here very clearly. Then 155 hours of guided independent study has to come in for you to fulfill 200, we call it notional hours, these learning hours or the notional hours. To make 200 notional hours, you need to work 155 hours on your own and 45 hours lecturing. Now this 200 notional hours, you know, 10 notional hours equals to 1 credit. So you get 20 credits by doing 200 hours of work. So how do you do this 155 hours of work? Your guided independent study. As and when we go on in our slides, I will indicate the exercises that you can select and do in your blogs. Now, this 155 hours of guided independent study has to be done through blogs, right? So how to do blogs, I think you will be taught in the HRM lecture. Have you all done the HRM lecture by now? In the morning?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So he will tell you, you know, how to do a blog on HRM. So in the same way, you can, you know, have a page, separate page for leadership and strategic management. So, and if you guys can go remember what we discussed in the orientation. Now in the orientation, we said that, you know, the quality of the MBA is very essential. So your quality of your MBA, that is whether you want to be a real MBA or you just want to be a namesake MBA, will depend on your engagement in this work, right? So therefore, you have to at least do about 5 or 6 blogs, ideally 10 blogs, right? But if you all manage to do about 5 or 6 blogs, right, from an area, from a subject, you know, a subject in the sense has to be leadership or strategic management, but you know, you have a selection there, you have a choice, right? So I will give you certain areas where you can work on the blog, so you can select. So if you don't engage in that, right, what will happen is you will not fulfill this 200 notional hours, right? And also, friends, I just something that I want to tell you, that most of you all are very senior, you know, people in your organizations, but there's no end to our sharpening of our knowledges and skills, right? So actually I am doing a consultation for the Faculty of Management these days. It's a head project, you know, done through the management faculty for the management students. We start from the year 1 and we run till the year 4, a 3-year program where we identify, we simulate, and we enhance the skill levels of students. Now, yeah, we are getting some disturbance. Right. Okay. So Right. So what I was trying to say is like, so similarly, we have to also sharpen our skills, fine tune our knowledge and, our skill levels for us to prosper further, right? So therefore, this MBA classroom is a very good platform for you to make mistakes, do some brainstorming, do some discussions, do some arguments, critical analysis, so on and so forth. You can make a mistake because this is a classroom environment, right? And you can't make a mistake at very high level or in a boardroom, right? So therefore, let's use this platform and try to learn certain things. I'm sure most of you were away from learning, and you would have missed many things, like some of you are maybe not very good in PowerPoint presentations, to doing a blog, academic writing, so on and so forth. So let us use this platform and do it, because going forward people might say blogs are not needed and all that. So don't get into that trap, because your 200 hours is including of those blogs, right? Okay. All right, so having said that, I'm going to run through quickly the first assignment. Right now, hope you can see there are two assignments in this subject. The first assignment is a individual one. This is how the new module says. It's not confirmed, so I'm not going to so I'll keep it as it is. But it's an individual presentation or a paired presentation. Now all this time we had a paired presentation. Paired means two people get together and do as a group. Only two people. It's a pair used to present for 20 to 30 minutes, right? You get 30 marks for that, and it is due on the 6th week. Now when you say 6th week, now don't get this wrong, friends. Now 6th week is for every week lecture plans. So now that we are going to do it on every other week, right? So it has to be most probably the 4th week or so that we meet, right? So therefore, you have to come out with your presentation within a very short period of time, right? Then comes the final one. The final is an individual investigative report with 4,000 words. You get 70 marks or 70%, and it is due on the 11th week, right? 11th week is again on the same manner, right? So I'll just take you to the assignments.
Excuse me, doctor.
Yes, yes.
I didn't get it. The 6th week means what we have the class.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go back. I'll explain to you. Now this London Metropolitan University, how they conduct the classes is on every week, right? So we also did that in Candy. But now that they are doing it on every other week. Am I correct? That's how you all are told to do.
Yes. Yes.
So here when they say 6th week is every week, right? If you are following classes on every week, then it is on the 6th week, right? But you all are going to do it every other week now, right? So therefore, it will be around the 4th time that we meet. Is that clear to you now?
Yes, sir. It basically means 1.5 months time you have to do the presentation.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Right. So it's the same thing for the assignment as well, right? Okay. Right. So I'm not going to, you can read this once you get the latest one. I'm just trying to, give you a bit of an understanding on how the assessments are going to be, right? Okay, so so your assessment number 1 is a paired presentation or an individual presentation. Now that is not confirmed yet, right? All this time it was a paired presentation. So we will let you know once the undermet confirms on that, right? So what happens here is all this time what we used to do is, you know, a pair would get together and, you know, I will be giving you a topic. I will discuss that topic later on when we during today. In fact, today I will give you the topic. So you all can, you know, think of a topic on your own, and whether you all are going to do it as a pair or individually has to be decided once the university confirms it this time around, right? So we'll let you know on that. So I will just explain these things, you know, in detail, but you don't have to worry much on these things. You know, a lot of content is here, right? Don't worry much on this. The topic and all these things I will, you know, let you know when we go on, right? Okay. Then your final one or the final presentation is a final one is a written one. It's a written academic, we call it investigative report, right? That's the word that we use. It's an investigative report. It's an individual one and you get 70 marks. So roughly around 3,500 to 4,000 words. We will be giving you the topic, and that has to be, both of these assignments have to be done on a very scientific, you know, according to scientific researching methodology, right? So I will teach you, I will give you the format, you know, how to do it. So we have to do it based on that methodology, right? So don't worry about those things. So here what happens is the final one is a written document, and students do it individually and submit on the most probably in the final stage, at the final stage of this lecture or this module. So we will talk about those things, you know, later, right, as we go on. Right. So I hope that you have a little bit of idea about this module, and this is the assessment form. Like, you know, it says, you know, how your marks are given, right, and your grades, how your grades like a distinction, merit, pass, all these things are given here, and you know how we give the marks. You know, what are the criteria? Everything is given here. You can look at it. Just have a glance on this when you receive it. Right, and these are the areas that you get your marks. The weightages, everything is given here, right? So it will be quite easy for you to understand how you get your marks. Okay, right, right. So one thing I just want to tell you, I'm sure that most of you have been away from formal learning, right? Away from formal learning. And also, I just want to ask you a few questions. Have you all, right? Have you all gone through what do you call this, academic writing?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
Yes, yes, we did.
So you all know what plagiarism is, what paraphrasing is, what is quotations, what is quoting or quotations, Harvard referencing. Are you all aware of these things?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Better if possible, explain a little bit.
Right. Okay. So anyway, going forward, I will also, you know, give you a few examples, because it's very essential that you do all these assignments and the blogs according to this academic writing formats that have been taught by them. Right. Okay. So let's get into. Right. So I will upload the first slide, and I am sure that the slides also you have not got up to now, right? You have not got the slides, have you?
We recording.
Not yet.
Have you got the slides or not?
No,
Yes,
not
sir.
yet.
We
Yes,
have.
doctor, it has been sent to us.
Okay, so if anybody has not got it, please speak to Lasita and get it down, because all have to be in one platform. Right. So few things I just want to mention before we start the session. Can you see the slide?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, so friends, you need to understand something. One thing is like this time we have a very good mature set of students who have intense management experience, and so I don't have to I'm sure that you all will understand the responsibilities of a student. So I expect everybody to fall into this expected, what do you call, the procedure, so that it will be easier for us to, as a team, now me and all of you as a team, we need to get through. And there are two objectives in doing an MBA. One is to get your qualification, the other is to get your knowledge, right? So I just expect you all to, one thing is attend all lectures all the time, right? And we have to very strictly look at the attendance. And when we do discussions, I'm saying, like, don't leave the teams, right? Because we are supposed to do we are supposed to discuss journals in the classroom, right? We are supposed to do a lot of discussions, right? This is a learning platform, so I don't expect anyone to leave, right? We have seen this trend, and now we are going to make remarks of these type of behaviors, because everybody has to get into this discussion engagement, right? Then attendance, then actively engaging in learning, and also the assignments, right? Assignments has to be done by y'all, right? And if we get to know that if anybody has supported you, supporting is it's not your work, right? So that is the university is going to take serious action on that. Then other thing is if you want anything to clarify, if you want anything to further explain, don't be shy, just ask. You can excuse and ask, raise your hand, right, in the forum, and you can do the discussion. And even even if you fail to do that, you can even send me a text or send me a WhatsApp message. I will share my contact number, right? So please do that, because we expect this is quite a bigger batch also, so quite a bigger challenge equally, right? So we expect you all clarify whatever it is and ensure that you are active, right? And you're updated with whatever we are. Some sort of disturbance. Let me see. Okay, right. Right. So before we get into the formal discussion or the study, I'm just going to ask you a question. Right. So from morning to evening, right, every day we go to work, we do a lot of stuff in our workplaces. Can you all summarize all what we do, right, in your workplaces, wherever you work, right? when you summarize, right, to two things. If you summarize, all what you do into two things, those are a bit of holistic ones, broader perspective ones, not small ones, right? Like, you're going to work and, you're signing papers, approving stuff, not like that, right? If you look at in a broader perspective and sum up everything what we do, right, day to day, what are those two things that we really do in our workplace? What do you all think?
So can you repeat the last few words?
What I'm saying is, like, when we go to work, we do so many things, right?
Daily routine.
Right. So if you sum up, that means if you sum up, if you put it into two things, that we do, right? Everything that we do from morning to evening can be a part of those two things. What are those?
Planning and implementing, sir.
Planning and
Implementing.
Planning and what is the next one?
Implementing.
Implementing. Okay.
Manage agility, planning and achievement.
Some decision making.
Okay, decision making.
So monitoring, planning, and the other thing is in the evening time evaluation. What we have done today, that is evaluating ourselves.
Okay.
Giving instruction to others and receiving the instruction from high level position.
Okay. Managing and leading, somebody has said. Decision making and problem solving. Okay, you're somewhat there, Amila, right? Everybody's right. There's nobody's wrong, but the answer that I expect first, I just want to stress out a point, right? So I'm trying to reach there. Yeah.
Organizing.
Directing. Yeah. That is the part of the management process you are saying, right? Directing, organizing, and all. But if you really look at, I don't want to think of any theory here. Just look at, in a broader perspective, not just what you do, like, right? Yeah, somebody said firefighting. Yes, okay. Firefighting is, problems, right? Firefighting is problems, you're meddling with your problems, right? Right. So responses to conflicts. Yeah, this again, what? Problem solving, right? Responses to conflict is problem solving, right? Handling objectives, decision making. Yeah, there's one more missing. Yeah,
It's the role of our thing, right? If you have a manager, or if you are appointed to the job,
yes,
what you are going to do?
Managing the resources.
You are managing your daily.
Why do you manage resources?
For better output.
Okay. Yes. Yeah.
Knowledge sharing.
Yeah, so we do so many things. Now, what I want you all to is, okay, that's what. Now, when you say broader perspective means, we are not going to talk about little things that we do every day, right? We are going to look at very broader ones, very broader expectations of our organization.
That is achieving our goals, achieving our daily goals.
Okay, right. Okay. So I will put it this way. Just look at it. Now, one of you all have said that. Now, we do so many things. Why we do all these things is to, find solutions for problems, right? Find solutions for problems. That you all said. That's correct. That is number one, right? Finding solutions for problems. Second one is seek opportunities. Now, somebody said planning, right? Somebody said, you said many things, right? Leading teams and company goals. What do we try to do here? Company goals are based on what? We have to go somewhere and we seek new opportunities to go and achieve it so that we will be thriving on that. At the same time, organizations have problems when they go for their goals. So we need to overcome those problems. That is finding solutions. So in management, yes, a lot of things are coming in, yes. But if you sum up everything, like now, for example, like Supun says, schedule and delegate and all that. So why do you schedule? Because you schedule either to solve a problem or to seek opportunity. Seek opportunity means find a new customer, find new markets, find new buyers, right? Go for new models, right? So those are all opportunities. Then problems, when we try to do things, we will see that logistics are not proper, right? Pandemic is there. So those are problems. So we need to find solutions for problems. So remember, everything we do from morning to evening are basically to,
new opportunities to eliminate the problems.
Exactly. So we are trying to look at new opportunities and
eliminating the
also
problems. Yeah.
exactly, and also to solve problems, right? So in this journey of providing answers for problems and also to seek opportunities, we have to go on a journey. When you go on that particular journey, we need certain tools, certain equipments for us to take decisions and for us to do whatever we are going to do. So we need to use some equipment or tools. So what we do in this leadership and strategic management is to provide you with a set of tools. Remember, friends, we are providing you with a set of tools to be used, right, to find solutions for problems and to seek opportunities, right, in whatever you do. And these tools are not foolproof, or they are not universal solutions for your
Sir is having some issue with connection. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Fazal, we can hear you.
It seems like Dr. Niluka.
Yeah, we are here, but no more connection. No? Something wrong.
I think Dr. Niluka has a technical issue. Let me check with him. Give me 1 minute.
Yeah. True.
No issue,
Fazal.
Okay.
Okay. Something happened on the connection, so I had to reboot.
Right.
Okay. Right. Hold on for. So comments. We'll commence the lecture.
Please kindly mute your mics.
Hello.
Please kindly mute your mics. There are few people who actually have unmuted the mics. Therefore, it's noisy. Right, doctor, you can start.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Thanks, Hassan. Right. Can you see the slides now?
Can.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we can see.
Okay. Sorry about that. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Okay. So sorry about that. I think something wrong with the connection. Right. So what we were discussing was, I told you that we normally look at, generally there are two things that we have to look at. One is providing solutions for problems. The other one is, seeking opportunities. We want to thrive. We want to seek new. We want to innovate things. We want to look at new markets, new products, so on and so forth. So it's about seeking opportunities, right? New customers, like that. And also we need to, counter problems. We need to, find solutions for problems. So this is what we generally, aspire at a very holistic level or very broader level. So in our journey to do this, we need tools, right? How to do it in a perfect way. Now, how do you know the best way to do things? At what time? In which way? In which combination? What are the tools that we are going to do? What are the structures that we are going to use? What are the cultures that we are going to bring in? So a lot of questions are there. So we are teaching you through this subject, certain tools, but those are not universal. This is what I'm saying. Just because you know these theories, you will not be able to find an answer if you don't know how to reflect it, use it at the right time, right? So having said that, I will straight away go to the theories, the slides. So what we do under leadership is basically to give you that, the theory and, the sort of knowledge that you need, a set of tools that you need for you to use whenever a problem occurs, right? Right. So you can see it says it will develop your management and leadership knowledge. It will carry out your academic and practical research, cases, journal articles, and you are expected to share this knowledge with the class, right? And so it's not only your theories, but also how to research things, how to find knowledge, how to seek knowledge. You learn through this. Then you demonstrate how your research of the different leadership and strategic management areas inform and contribute to your own experience. That means how can you as a leader, right, or a manager improve your skills that are needed for your organization or your whatever the engagements that you are going to be as a person, along your way, right? So how can you improve your skills? Evidence, how you apply this to practice. I mean, how to apply this. Learning knowledge is one thing. Application is another thing, right? There's a huge criticism, right? They say university students are, knowledgeable, but, they don't know how to apply it, right? They say a lot of MBAs have been awarded, but, you don't have, people who can drive things. So a lot of criticism is there, right? So we need to, that's what I told you, we have a responsibility as a student as well, for you to, grasp what is given here, therefore, right? So keep a learning journal to record your own development each week. Now this learning journal is the blog, right? You can see the examples, blog or the WordPress, right? So it's a blog will, keep your learning journal going on, right? So, so we are getting into the course content. It's about leadership, right? It's about leadership. You can see few faces here, known faces, few unknown faces, mostly related to the UK context. And if I just ask you a question, right? Are you a leader? First of all, you should know who is a leader for you to answer this question. So I will not ask this from you, right? So what we are going to do, the module aim is to develop students the critical awareness of an application of key leadership and strategic management theories. So we are going to learn theories, apply the theory to the own practice, right? Evaluate current practice in light of relevant academic theory. That means, we will learn the theory, we will apply it to our current context. Develop skills to analyze problems in a critical manner, right? I mean, you have to develop your skills, right? So that you can analyze problems in a critical manner. You can analyze it properly, break down your problems into pieces, bits and pieces, right? Use your knowledge and, and rebuild them, showing a good understanding of leadership management theory and practice. To develop and increase awareness of the impact and influence of the leaders and their own leadership development. I mean, so the impact and influence. Now, why do many organizations want their employees to do an MBA? Because when the employees are skillful, when their knowledge is, developed, when their attitudes are better, shaped, they will contribute to the organization in a positive manner. So there's an impact, there's an influence. When you are knowledgeable, when you are skilled, when you have right attitude, right? So you need to have your own leadership development as well, own leadership development as a person, right? So this is what we are going to do through the module. This we discuss under the we just discussed this under the student module, so I'm not going to read it again. These are the theories that we are going to discuss. There are 15 lectures. Ideally, there should be 15 lectures, right? So you can see 15 lectures in, if it goes on a weekly basis. So here we will not have 15 lectures, but we will do about 2 lectures for a day or something like that, right? But your topics are given here. Now you can see lecture number 1 is about introduction to the module and assignments, which we did now. We did that, right? Then the theories of leadership we are going to do now. Then academic articles, right? Like, coming under lecture 1. Then lecture 2 is on leadership traits, skills, right? So then lecture 3 is on leadership styles. Lecture 4 on leadership in practice and assessment or the assignment 1, right? Discussion. Then it goes on like that, right? Lecture 4 is on situational leadership, transactional leadership, transformational, charismatic, likewise. Lecture 6 on servant and authentic leadership, or it can be the assessment, right? Then lecture 7, 8, 9, 10, likewise it goes. So you can see the topics that we are going to discuss under each lecture. This is in your student module, student guide, which you all are going to get from the eSoft, right? And these are the two assessments that we discussed earlier. I'm not going to repeat it, right? We discussed this earlier. And the assessments or the assignments, I told you what to do, right? And I will be giving you very specific details about this, right? So I'm not going to read all that, right? But I can slightly, go through it to give you a bit of a idea. Now, I told you this can be either an individual or a paired one. We didn't get the confirmation yet, but we will get it soon, right? Then you are going to critically evaluate a current leadership, academic debate. I will give you the topic, how to select the topic. I will let you know today. Then, you should demonstrate your understanding of leadership and management theories, right? I will be giving you the format, so you don't have to worry about all these points that are given here, because if you follow the format, all these requirements will be fulfilled. So I am making your life little easier. Otherwise, you will have to, in your presentation, you will have to ensure that all the points that are given here is addressed. So it is much of a daunting task for you. So what I do is I will be giving you a format today, right? So write down that format later when I give it to you and follow that format, right? So it also says, critically examine your chosen current academic theory, right? I will tell you what critically examination is. How is this area of theory or debate demonstrated in your business? That is, how you relate it to your business, right? How does current practice currently reflect or not the academic debate of the business? What could the business learn to do differently from your analysis? That means when you do your research on the topic, what is your recommendations, right? And then it talks about Harvard referencing and professional presentation and all that, right? Then assessment 2 also goes on like that. I am not going to read this because this we have to do later, right? But I will give you instructions on the second assessment later, right? Right. So, so we are coming back to the subject content. What do you all think leadership is? What is leadership?
Leadership is to take a group of people or more than one individual to a certain objective, achieving certain objective in a certain period, sir.
Okay. So management is also doing that, no?
Manager should be a leader actually. Always he should not be a manager. He should be a leader actually.
Okay. So what? Yeah.
Just guides their employees and guide their people in a right path, as well as in their problems they will give solutions.
Anybody examples? Anybody else want to try?
A leader is a person like who leads the organization plus the workers or the staff towards a better perspective or towards the achievement of the set objective.
Anybody else wants to try? What leadership?
Drive the team to success. Organization dream goals.
Okay. The managers also drive the organization for success, right?
But individually overlooking the subordinates and the team.
The manager have some staff, but the leader will have followers.
Yes. Okay.
Leadership, we can say that monitoring the members, supervising them and giving correct instructions to them, in order to achieve their task?
Leader is a person who will be inspired by, not influenced by. The manager is a person who influences. Leader, he inspires.
Okay, anybody else wants to try? Right. Now something that you would understand from this answering, right? What did you understand? That different people have different perceptions about this leadership. It's not very clear, right? Now, from this set of students, we understood that you are not very clear about what leadership is about, right? So we are going to learn that. What influences leadership today, right? Also, we are going to learn, right? Okay. Right, so we will go on to the next slide, right, which talks about an article. It's a group work. Actually, unfortunately, we can't do this group work now, right? In fact, we can do it. We'll need to have to break down into groups, and it's not going to be a very easy thing to do, right, on a classroom like this. But then I will take you to the next slide. I hope you can see this slide. Right now, okay. Before that, let me experiencing some disturbance. Okay, thanks. Right. I appreciate if you can mute a little. There's a disturbance coming. Right. Okay. Thanks. Right. So let me take you to this particular slide. I hope you can see the slide well. The definition of leadership. Now, this strategic management, right? Lynch in 2009 says, leadership is the art or the process of influencing people so that they will strive willingly and enthusiastically towards the achievement of the organization's purpose. Then again, Northouse, this is your text, right? Your text says, leadership is a process whereby an individual influences a group of individuals to achieve a common goal. Now, what is the, now there are two definitions here. Now, if you look at these two definitions, what are the similarities that you can come out with on leadership?
Going towards a common goal.
That you are influencing others.
Exactly. If you underline this word, what is common is influencing, right? And one of you said inspiring. That is also correct, right? Now, when you say influencing, whom are we going to influence? Who are the leaders influencing?
Your subordinates.
Now, look at the definition and let me know. Influencing whom?
People.
Influencing people. So you need to understand that leadership is something to do with what? Something to do with
People.
Right? So remember, leaders have to deal with people. Simple thing, right? Leaders need to deal with people. Influence them or inspire them. Now, inspire means, you basically, the followers will look at you and they will be inspired to do things. Influencing means you will use your power, your authority, whatever your, authority that you have, or, using that you can influence your subordinates in such a way that they will willingly and enthusiastically do things. Now, I'm putting this in a very simple way, right? Now it's like this. Now in organizations, we tell people to do this, do that. You are supposed to do this. Then only we will be paying you a bonus. We'll be giving you a promotion. So to do that, you need to achieve these things. We push people. That is not basically. It's not leadership. Leadership is you behave in such a way so the subordinates will willingly work, right? Enthusiastically they will work, right? For the organization's purpose or the goals, right? Or the overall objective. So you influence them. It's like a magic. It's like something, that will do a moral effect on the people. It's on the mind of the people. So it's sort of a magic touch, right? The top leaders will have that magic touch. Is that clear? That leadership is something to do with people. Is that clear?
Yes. Clear.
Yeah.
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 Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in this leadership definition, you can see here, a leader is best when people barely know he exists. When his work is done, his aim fulfilled, they will say, we did this ourselves. Now, leaders generally won't say I. Leaders will normally say we. That is what it says. Lao Tzu is the founder of Confucius, right? And he was a leader and he was a servant leader. He found his philosophy, gave it to the people, and he vanished to the woods. That's what they say, right? So remember, right? Leadership is something to do with people, right? Okay, so I'm going to take you further. So under leadership drivers, right? What are the drivers for leadership? Don't have to remember all this. We can talk about transformation. That means, leaders will transform things. There will be a lot of changes taking place, speed of work, growth in your organization or business, then technology, like looking at the environments, the stakeholders, looking at the competition, risk and all that. Then you have the relationships, the particular styles that you adapt as leaders, competencies that you need as leaders. How do you use the social media? How do you communicate? Then entrepreneurship, right? Entrepreneurship is, something, what is entrepreneurship? Can I ask anybody? Okay, I'll put this.
Start your own business, own organization.
Oh, that is the old concept, right? That's the old concept of entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship?
I think the people, getting the ownership in a company. Thinking that you in your employee, thinking to as ownership, not on the boss and employee. Is it like that?
Anybody else wants to try?
Resources. Use the resources of an organization in an effective way.
Yeah, it's part of the answer. Actually, part of the answer is correct. I mean, it's part of the answer.
I think activities of setting a business now.
Come again?
Activities of setting up a business.
Okay. Anybody else?
Improving new things.
Sorry?
Improving new things.
Improving new things. So see, now that's what sometimes we don't have a proper idea of what some of the words say, right? Now entrepreneurship means identifying potential gaps in the market and using your resources effectively and efficiently to what? To make a profit and to make a what? To proceed in whatever, maybe it can be a business or it can be your organization as well, right? It can be you don't have to be a business person to be an entrepreneur. There's a thing called intrapreneurship. Intrapreneurship means being an employee you can be entrepreneur. Now I think most of our lean managers who are here must be knowing that there's a thing called management, buy-ins, right? Have you heard of thing called management buy-in? Where few set of managers in your own organization will, buy a part of a business and, part of your organization's business, and they will run that, right? So that is entrepreneurship, right? You can work under somebody and be an entrepreneur, right? You think entrepreneurially. That means identify the gaps in the market. Give an example for identifying the gaps in the market. Can anyone give me an example? Nobody can come out with example?
Currently in the COVID situations, we go through that means the connections and everything, because we can contact the people, but we can go to the through the internet and global, that means the media and everything.
Yeah.
New innovation or invention.
Yeah, what are the new innovations that have come out as a result of gaps in the market?
Netflix.
Yeah, Netflix. Yes. Why Netflix?
Because it feel a lot of gaps in the market right now.
What is the gap in Netflix? Netflix found one gap. What is that?
Because of pandemic, many people cannot go to the cinemas and all.
Even before pandemic, people didn't have to go to time to go to cinema, right? But Netflix, captured something, because Netflix can be watched whenever you are free, right?
Video recording, yeah.
But cable TVs, you can't, go and see whatever you want at your leisure time, right? Okay.
Yeah, okay. Call for me.
Sorry. Yeah. So that's the gap that Netflix identify, right? Now I'll give another example for entrepreneurship. Like, in Dambulla, the mangoes are very cheap, right? Or in Anuradhapura, that area, the mangoes are pretty cheap. So somebody can buy mangoes from Dambulla, come to Colombo and sell at a higher price, right? What is the gap? What is the gap? There's transportation, and also information gap is there. Agree or not?
So there nobody don't know. Yeah, information and transportation.
Yeah, that's exactly. Totally agree.
Exactly. Information gap is there, right? So somebody uses the information gap and they make a profit out of it. That's on entrepreneurship, right? That is why the nanoseller has come. You know nanoseller? Have you heard of nanoseller?
Yes, these computer centers.
Yeah, that is actually, now that's what people think, it's a computer center. That is there for the villager to know the prices in Colombo, the commodity prices that are in Colombo, commodity prices in other parts of the country, right? So I'm giving an example. So that's in entrepreneurship, right? Okay. So we have structures. That means, in organizations, we have structures. We have systems, how we do, right? Now you guys have lean systems, right? Then you have processes. Then you have the teams and employees working in different platforms, in different structures, organization structures maybe, right? Then you have the vision, direction, and at the top you have the power and ethics. Strategies are there in organizations, cultures are there, right? So we are going to deal with all this through leadership. Right. So we are coming into the next slide. I'm going to stop for a break after this, right? So don't worry. So look at some of these. Do you agree that these two, let's take these two who are down here, are they leaders?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, did they do what I discussed in the earlier definition for leadership? What did we learn under the definition? That leaders need to
inspire
and influence the followers so that they will willingly do things, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So if you look at these two people, right down here, right? Maybe you are not very familiar. You're not familiar with this, somebody at the UK, right? So if you look at these two people, what makes them great and not so great leaders? What makes them great leaders in that case?
They fight. They fought for poor and oppressed people.
Yeah, Nelson Mandela influenced the people, right, and to get their freedom. And Mahatma Gandhi in a different way, but he anyway influenced the people, right? Now, what makes us understand is that leaders are the people. Leaders need to influence the followers, right? So leaders therefore have to deal with people, right? So leadership is something to do with people, right? So if we ask another question like, do you think yourself as a leader? Do you all agree?
Sometimes.
Yes. Sometimes.
Definitely.
You don't.
To some extent.
Yeah, we are working with the people. Yeah, we are managing.
Exactly because you don't have to be known globally to be called as a leader. You can be you can be a person who is doing a small amount of work, but you can influence the people around you and you can become a leader, right? Is that clear?
Yeah, clear.
Right. Yes, so so what we are going to do is, we are going to take a small break, right? And we will come back in another, let's say, half an hour's time, or maybe around 4, exactly 4 o'clock, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Yeah. Right. So be back exactly at 4 o'clock.
Hello.
Okay, welcome back. So let's can you see the slides?
Yes, can.
Yeah. Right. So we were discussing about these leaders and why were they so great, and we also wanted to understand what leadership was all about, and we related it to this these great leaders that we discussed, right? So there's another activity. In fact, we won't be able to do this. So let's look at this slide. Now, leaders need skills for sure. Right, so you have intellectual skills, or intellectual in the sense they are more or less conceptual skills, right? Conceptual. And then you have people skills. Now, intellectual skills are focusing on the developing developing a direction, right? Direction is basically planning, right? Then making strategic decisions. I mean, taking decisions is about, it's a skill that the leader should have. Then on the other hand, leaders should have the people skills. Why? Because leadership is all about influencing the people. Now, without having a proper vision, there's no point you are influencing people, right? You need to have a proper vision. So a leader should have both of these. Now, when you look at the people skills, look at it. It should be influencing others. I mean, the skill that you need to have is to influence the others, right? And interact with peers, employees, clients, and superiors. I mean, you need to interact with all these stakeholders, right? So we are going to learn some other theories, right? And we are starting from the great man on the trait theory, then the behavioral theories, situational theories, contingency, motivational, transactional, transformational, authentic, servant leadership. Like that, we are going to learn many leadership theories, right? Okay, so some of the emerging themes today, right, on leadership, if you just look at current environmental uncertainty, instability, complexity, right, has really pushed organizations to, focus more on leadership, right? So it's shift in understanding of what constitutes leadership. So you need to understand leadership in a more granular manner than ever before, right? So we call it as a VUCA environment, right? Do you know what VUCA environment is? Have you heard VUCA?
Volatile, uncertainty,
yes,
complexity, and anxiety.
Exactly. Yeah. Volatile, right? Volatile, because today everything is very volatile, then uncertain, right? And then it is very complex, right? It's not simple. It's very complex. And then ambiguity. We don't know what is going to happen. Right, so this is VUCA, right? It's called VUCA environment. This is for your own knowledge. So today we are talking about a VUCA environment, right? We are doing things, or we are doing business, right? Or we are in a VUCA environment today, which is really, pushes us to understand leadership in a more serious manner than ever before. So your reappraisal of charismatic and transformational leadership model, charisma, right? But we are going to learn what charisma is, right? What is charismatic leadership? We are going to learn what is transformational leadership, right? So there's so much of focus on this. This is what we are trying to see. Attempts to identify leadership competencies. I mean, we need to identify what are the competencies. Competencies means knowledge and abilities, right, on leadership, right? So we need to relook at it. Because some other skills as a leader, what you need today and what you needed some time back and what you may need in future may differ, right? So therefore, it's an eternal redesigning, re-understanding what is needed in today's and for tomorrow's context. Training and leadership development and the rise of corporate universities. Now you all know that so many universities are focusing on management. We know that most of the mechanical or the let's say the mathematical or engineering side, right, employees have shifted to study leadership and management, right, than ever before, right? That is because of this reason. Reassessment of leadership development initiatives in the private sector. We know that private sector is really pushing for leadership development, right? They want to train their people in leadership, right? They send them to many universities. I think if I'm correct, my friends in Mass Holdings can vouch, right? You all used to send few people to your top people to Harvard, right? Am I correct, for a short stint? Am I correct? People in Mass Holdings, can you vouch for that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, is it still happening?
Yes, sir. It's still happening. Harvard and Toyota, Japan.
Yes. Yeah. Japan, of course, mainly for lean management, I suppose, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that is because organizations understand that it's very important that they learn leadership, and also they get into the networks of the best in the world. Now this is another, mainly now I was I was just trying to understand why mass holdings, how does it, because it's a very expensive, affair, right? It costs a lot for them, but still it makes sense because they deal with their buyers, right? And their suppliers. When you deal with, international buyers and suppliers, it's good for you to be at that level, right? It makes sense. So therefore, they do like that. So a lot of organizations, they focus more on developing leadership and management. Critical reappraisal of leadership in public sector. Link between leadership and performance. Look at this. Public sector never, focus much on leadership. Today, they are doing that. Why? Because it's becoming more and more important. Right. So what we are trying to do now is, I'm going to, take you through this journey. We are going to look at leadership. We identified what leadership is all about, and I'm going to very simply, try to explain this without, discussing much jargon on it. And also, we need to understand that leadership can be looked at in many angles, right? Can be looked at in many angles. So in an MBA, this is what we do. We looked at leadership in many angles without just looking at one dimension of it, right? So in doing so, we look at leadership in a trait approach, right? Trait is basically the characteristics or the quality approach, right? So this is one of the most historical way of looking at leadership. Then we have this behavioral approach, behavioral or the style, right? Now, how leaders behave can be categorized into different styles, right? So we look at that. Then we look at the contingency approach. I mean, this type of leader in this type of situation, type A leader in a type A situation, type A leader in a type B situation, because we understand that all leaders are not good at all situations, scenario, right? That is contingency. Then we have transactional leadership, transformational leadership, authentic and team or servant leadership, which we are going to touch upon. Before we go on to that, it's quite interesting and important for us to understand, differentiate, and sort of contrast between the leadership and the management, right? We need to identify and we need to differentiate leadership from management. So if we go back to what we learned as leadership, we told you that leadership is about influencing the followers. Now look at what this slide says. It says leadership is concerned with direction setting. That means you have a focus, where to go. With novelty. Novelty means, you want to do something new. Essentially linked to change. You want to make a change. Movement and persuasion. Now, movement is, you need to push for, push for things to happen to reach your goal. Persuasion is you persuade, right? Now, you persuade, you influence. Persuasion is influence. Influencing who? People. So we are coming back to square. Its leadership is about people. Now we are going to look at management. What management is all about. Management is concerned with executing routines. You need to execute the routines, right? Maintaining organization stability. Organizations need to be stable. It is essentially concerned with control. So the word that goes with management is what? Can anyone tell me? What is the word that should go with management, therefore?
Executing.
Not exactly. The last one. That is control. Right? That is control. So management means you always try to make, make a control of things. Now for you to control, you will understand, you need to have an offer and acceptance for the people. In the offer and acceptance, it's an agreement. You agree to, behave in such a way, right? And it says, this is your duty. This is what you should do. And these are the things that you should not do, right? So the framework is given. You are confined, you are framed, you are controlled by management. And management wants to ensure the stability, that the organization doesn't shake much, good or bad, right? So you're more or less stable, right? You don't take much risk scenario, right? You got the difference between leadership and management. But leadership is always trying to do a change, right? Change the directions. You set the direction, then you make a change within the organization in such a way that, you will go for leap-bound results, right? You leapfrog. That is, you are not only going to grow by 10% or 15%, rather you are going to grow 50 or 60%. That's what leadership is trying to do through persuading followers. But in contrast, management needs structures. Management needs sort of procedures, routines, right? And ultimately, the management is trying to control things. An essential part of management is coordinating the activities of people and guiding their efforts towards the goals and objectives of the organization. This involves the process of leadership and the choice of an appropriate form of action and behavior. What it says is, during the management process, leaders are needed. Why? Because the management also deals with people, right? Therefore, leadership has to be there, because without that, very difficult for us to forge ahead. Right, so I'll move forward to make you understand this difference and the difference in the management and the leadership. Theory suggests that context within which each operate defines its difference. Like now, that means, in example, like to understand this, we theoretically isolate leadership from management, but practically there's nobody called typical leaders or typical managers, because people may be a combination of managers and leaders, but by nature, right, by nature certain people can be more towards leadership than management, and others can be vice versa. That means others can be management type of people. Certain people can be more leadership type of people, right? So they are more or less, we call as they are born leaders, like more or less, they are leaders by their DNA, right? So this is how we look at it. But practically, as I told you, you can't, segregate practically, this is a leader, this is a manager, like that, because we need both. Management is more concerned with relating to people in a structured organizational setting that has roles and responsibilities assigned. Because management needs structures. Why? Because they need to control things. For you to control, you need structures, you need reporting, you need responsibilities, you need duties. Right? So management is like that. Leadership does not necessarily require this environment to operate. Leadership doesn't need offer and acceptance. Then a reporting structure, you reporting to whom, and like that, not necessary, but you can lead even without that. It tends to be more inspirational, with emphasis on communicating, motivating, encouraging, and involving the others, right? So it's a people affair. Not all managers are effective leaders. Now, managers need to have leadership component inside them, but all are not. Right. So you can see this yellow slide. Now, yellow slide is something that you can do a blog with, right? So your first blog, if you want, you can do on this, right? Or else you can do, there are many others coming as like this, right? So you can do this. Leaders are managers, but managers are not necessarily leaders. Argue for it or against this statement, and you can do your blog, right? Okay, so it's a blog activity. Right. So I'm going to sort of take some of the activities or the functions and show how the leaders and managers sort of, it's a compare and contrasting scenario. Creating an agenda. You want to do something, you need to create an agenda, right? Now leaders, what they do is they establish direction. Now, for example, if you are a mountain climber, you want to climb Everest. So what's your direction? Direction is, I want to climb Everest mountain, right? So leader establish the direction. Now management, if a manager is doing that, he will look at, okay, let's plan and do the budgeting. We need to have a budget first. Now to go to Everest, you need to buy certain things. You need to plan it out and you need to have a budget for that, right? That's their approach. Then about developing people. Now leaders, how they develop people, they align the people. They align the people to your concept, right? They inspire them in such a way that the followers are aligned to you, that you do that. Management is, you do organizing and staffing. How do you do organizing and staffing? You recruit people. You give an offer letter and acceptance. It's very formal. Then execution, how do you do it? So how do you climb Everest now? Right? That's the execution. Motivation and inspiration. You motivate your team, you inspire your team. Many people die trying to go to Everest, right? But you motivate them in such a way that they are willing to go and achieve this objective. But how does the management look at it? They will have controlling and problem solving thing. They will say, look here, first we go to the base camp, then we review things, and then we will go to the next level, right? So there has to be a control, and these are the things that the crew has to do. These are the things that the crew should not do. So it's controlling stuff. Then outcomes is, leaders will instigate change. Now what is the change in this scenario? You want to conquer Everest, go to the topmost place. That's the change that leaders want to see. So they will do that change. Management will produce order, consistency and predictability. They will have an order. That means, first you go to this level, then you review it, assess the risk, and then, do like that. Consistency has to be there. And you predict what are the risks that are going to be there likewise, right? So I hope you all are clear on the difference between leadership and management. Any questions? Any questions up to this?
No, sir.
Yeah. All right. So I will further elaborate on this. Management is efficiency. So can my lean people, can you tell me what efficiency is? What is efficiency?
Get the best result.
Optimizing. Yeah. Yes, optimizing. In very technical way, how do you define efficiency?
Like we can say, handling a problem smartly.
Okay, efficiency, technically how you describe efficiency is outputs divided by inputs into 100. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah, that is efficiency, right? So that means management is always trying to get the maximum output from the least input, right? That is efficiency. Doing things right. Whatever, even the small thing you are doing, do it right. That is consistency, right? Management is like that, right? Now, as against that, you can see leadership is effectiveness. Effectiveness means, you need to go to the Everest. Now, that is effectiveness. That is where you want to go. You want to achieve that, right? But a manager will look at it, okay, how efficiently can we go to Everest? Can we manage it with, lesser number of oxygen tanks, right? Lesser number of people to carry them, something like that. So efficient performance with an organizational framework which secures the obedience of a lot of people, right? So now you are looking at efficient performance, right, in an organizational framework, and you want to see people are obedient to it. That means, obedient to the laid down procedures. How do you look at it in a leadership perspective? Doing the right things, right? Not doing things right. Doing the right things means, basically where you want to go. Communicating a vision, persuading rather than compelling people. Leader is not pushing people, but, sort of persuading them, not compelling people to do things, right? So if you look at the management, acting to limit choices. I mean, no choices there in management, not much of choices. Why? Because your framework is given. This is what you should do. Don't do anything more than that, right? That's management. Leadership is innovates, developing fresh approaches to long-standing problems and new options. There can be long-standing problems, right? Without, doing the same old way, things, you tend to, come out with a solution or a new option. So if you look at management, you are running organizations like machines. I mean, you treat people similar to machines, right? So that is because, your consistency has to be there, efficiency has to be there, error has to be less, right? So people are working like machines, right? So the ability to harness human beings as a group to achieve a common endeavor. Now look at this on the management, ability to harness human beings as a group to achieve a common endeavor. That means, you are looking at people as a group, worker category. That's it. Not A, B, C, D. Because A, B, C, D may be in the working category, but they are different to each other. A should be treated differently than B, C, and D because they are unique people. But in management, you don't look at like that. You look at everybody, the working cadre, and you treat them accordingly, right? But as against look at how leadership does, being receptive to change. They always change things, right? Focuses on and develops people. They focus. Focus means they look at A, B, C, D. They talk to A, B, C, D separately. So they are motivated. They are not, looked at like a group of people. They are A, B, C, D, right? And the people factor is develop people. The ability to enable people to perform infinitely better than they thought they were capable of. Now, leadership does this magic. What is that? They will always elevate the people. I mean, raise the bar within the people by having a mutually close relationship with them, motivating them, influencing them. They raise the bar. Sometimes the followers would have never thought that they have this capacity to do things, but they raise the bar, right? And look at the management, right? They are reliant on, the management is reliant on legal rational authority. Legal rational authority means they are going by the contract. They are going by the offer and acceptance given to all employees, right? They look at that, right? But look at what leadership is reliant on. Leadership is reliant on charismatic authority, charisma, right? What is charisma? What do you all think? Anybody?
Passion.
Yeah.
Passionate.
Charisma.
Character or passionate or looking at the future prospect.
Yeah, charisma is generally, taught as, is considered as the stickiness, right? The stickiness where the people, tend to follow them, right? It's called the stickiness, right? Okay, so that's charisma, because if you influence people, like people will look at you as an opinion leader, as somebody that, you know, as a hero, right? The followers will look at you as a hero and they'll be inspired. They will follow you. That's the stickiness that you have. It's an authority, because when you have that charisma around you, people will believe you. People will, you know, be motivated. People will be more buying your concept. You don't have to push for it, right? Leaders don't have to ask for the letter of offer and say these are the conditions. You work as I say. No need to tell them, because they have been, you know, one-to-one, one-to-one identified, then one-to-one motivated, and therefore they are more inspired, and you don't have to push them to do things, right? And finally, you can see the management is concerned with efficiency. Again, back same thing what we discussed, and leadership is concerned on effectiveness. So this is a contrasting thing. When you compare and contrast, you know, leadership and management, this is how you identify leadership as against management. But as I told you earlier, you know, in practical world, you can't, you know, segregate leadership from management in people. But there are certain people who are more towards leaders than managers, right? That's how it works. So the effectiveness of this leadership, you know, or the managerial, right? Mainly the managers. If you look at the managers, you know, effectiveness, doing the right thing, what the manager intends to achieve. That is what they want to do. Managers' own performance and results achieved by subordinate staff will definitely, you know, result in whether this will work or not. Motivation and morale. Sometimes management doesn't, you know, increase the motivation, right? It's the leadership that improve the motivation and morale. Training and development is essential. Then the organization's environment affects, right? Then the systems and procedures, whether they are efficient, makes sense. Then the service standards offered, right? Those things, you know, are the crust of it in, you know, a manager being successful. But the indicators of whether it's effective or not, we can monitor, we can see in an organization. How do you see it? Through the staff turnover. If staff are not happy, they will go, right? They will leave the organization. Sicknesses, more sicknesses are there. It may be real sickness. Sometimes people will just say sick and they didn't want to come to work. Absenteeism, timekeeping. I mean, people are waiting till 5 o'clock to leave, right? That is because they are not motivated. They are not happy. Accidents at work. There can be more accidents happening at work if they are not motivated. So on the other hand side, like you have meeting deadlines, accuracy, then level of complaints, like customer complaints may be less or more. Quality standards, what is the quality of your products, right? Then budgetary control, are you working according to the budgets? Productivity, whether it's, you know, high productivity or low productivity, right? So these are the things that we can see, right? So the results of a manager, right, can be seen through these observations, whether their managerial work, you know, managerial impact is effective or not, right? Okay. Right. So that's on leadership and management. Now, there are certain student active learnings that you need to do. Those are compulsory stuff, right? You need to read these journals and come when you come to the lecture next time. So these journals I'll be sending to you to your email addresses that you have already sent. And if you have not sent me the email addresses, please send it to the teams on chat. Send it to me even now, right? So I should have got about 77 emails by now, right? Okay. So I'll be sending all these journals to you all once you send me the email addresses, right? Okay. So these are the you know, the questions that I asked after reading that particular journal on leadership, right? It's about the 21st century leadership that they talk about, right? Okay. So we will try to read this later when you have a free time. Also, we have another student active learning called What Leaders Really Do, right? It's by Cotters, right? It's a HBR, Harvard Business Review journal, right? It's a very interesting thing. This is also I'm sending you, and we intend to discuss this in the classroom next time we meet, right? When we meet next time, we are going to discuss this in the classroom. Then there's another one called Venice has come out with a journal called The Challenges of Leadership in the Modern World, right? So this is also to be read by you all, right? So all these journals, whatever is available with me, I'll be sending to you, right? But importantly, this particular journal, Cotters one, we will be discussing in the classroom. So this is something that exercise that you can do on your own, right? This you can try out to answer on your own, right? Okay. Right now, there's some sort of insight given on your assignment, right? So you need to come out with a topic. So I will tell you how to select the topic. Don't worry about it now, but today I'll be coming to that. And you all have to send me the topic for approval, right? I will tell that before we end the class today, right? Okay. And they also talk about this journal article, right, for discussion, right? I told you that we are going to do that particular journal article of Cotters one, right? So you all, once I send that, you all read it and come ready to answer the questions, right? Okay. So that particular slide set is over. Any questions from what we did up to now? Any questions, anything you want to reflect upon, anything you want to contribute, or anything you want to sort of clarify? Right. So how many of you all have done scientific? Yes.
Is that mean we have three journals to read before the next class?
You read all three journals, but we are going to discuss in the classroom the Cotters one.
Okay, fine.
Right? Okay. Right. And also there's a question on the blog. Now, blogs, I gave you that yellow color slide. Can you remember that yellow color slide I showed you? So in that particular slide, there was this exercise, the first exercise that you need to do on the blog, right? So you can either comment for that topic or against that, right? And then you can do a little bit of research on some other journals, some other books, and bring the contents to the blog and discuss and write a small blog there. And how you should do a blog, I think you're aware of it, right? A blog is neither a fully academic journal nor just a article. It's in between. A blog is an in-between one. Now, why a blog is, now academic journals are not, very appealing for public to read. It is very, it has a lot of text, and unless somebody, really wants to read it, people will not just read those journals. So, but a blog is something that would attract a person, and sort of push them to arouse the curiosity for them to read it, right? So in doing so, you need to come out with some graphics and a lot of attractive taglines and things like that in a blog, right? And in a blog is not just a article. It has to be properly referenced and properly cited as well. So it is in between a fully academic journal and a normal article, right? I hope it is clear to you, right? So whatever the topic of the blog, already I have given you one. When we do the next set of slides, I will there may be certain other ones. You select any of those topics, or even you can select a topic of your own but related to leadership, right? A topic of your own related to leadership, and you do it. You have the freedom to select the topic, right? Nirushani, are you clear of what I said? Did I answer your question? Okay, right. Right, so that explains it. One topic, do we have to do 5 to 6 blogs? No. What I said 5 to 6 means, in this entire, entire module, right? When we finish this entire module, like leadership and strategic management, ideally, if you can do about 10 blogs, you are the winner, right? But the time, the commitment, there are many constraints now that we have, right? And even if you can do about 5 or 6, right, then that would be sufficient. But ideally 10 would be the best, right? Try to do about 10, because you will learn, because you will be doing academic writing. Then you will practice yourself for the next assignments, then for your research, so on and so forth, right? So that is it's a progressive thing that we do for you to improve. So if you can start your first journal as quickly as possible, that's so much the better, right? Hope I answered that question.
So institute says that they will give us a direction how to do a blog and the technical aspect of it. That still they haven't done.
Didn't the HR tutor teach you how to do a blog?
Not yet, sir.
Oh, right. So don't worry. Keep your statistics on this topic ready, because I don't want to go back and teach you the same thing, because next time they will definitely teach you, because it's a compulsory thing in HR. You get marks for that, right? You know about it, right? Yeah. So they will be teaching you how to do a blog. So I'm not going to teach how to do a blog, right? So keep your the information ready for the blog, or else you can do it on a Word, right? Do it on a Word and keep. Once the blog interface is ready, you can. It's a matter of just attaching it there. Is that clear?
Clear, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Right. Then I just wanted to teach you something very important. Now it's regarding scientific research, right? For me to do that, I need to let me hold on for a moment. Yeah, I got another question. Let me see what it is. Morning, Lasita told everyone that the guidance on writing blog will be given during this week. Okay, fine. So, okay, Fasa, right. So guidance will be given to you all. So my advice to you is keep your blog on a Word. Start today itself. Keep it with you. The moment the guidance is given, translate to the blog, right? So you can do it. Fine. Let me. Yeah. Right. So I'm going to teach you two things now, right? And these are very essential, friends. Please, this first day's lecture is very essential for you, right? So try to understand this as much as possible. I am going to give you the format. I'm also going to write this down in. Hold on. I'm also going to write this down on your Teams, right? This will be the format of your what do you call the assignment, right? And this will be the same format for your individual or the paired presentation, as well as your written what do you call the investigative report, right? Okay, so before I come into this, I just want to use whiteboard. Let me see whether I can use the whiteboard here. Yeah. Any questions other than what you asked? Anything else you want to clarify? Right. So I think I'm struggling to find the whiteboard here. So what I'll do is I'll share a paint. Yeah. Yeah, the related topics. Okay. The related topics for the blog. I have already given you one topic, right? That yellow color slide, right? The yellow color slide that I showed you in the first set of slides has one student activity, right? That is the topic that you can start doing, right? Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'll type it here. Hold one moment. Right. So, right. I hope that explained it. And if still you can't trace it, right. Okay. Okay. All right. Hold on for a moment. Let me. I'm going to open the whiteboard. And in the meantime, anybody who has done research, scientific research before? Anybody who has done research? Right. I will share my whiteboard. Only thing is, yes. Okay. Some of you all have done. That's great. Can you see the whiteboard?
Yes.
Yes.
You can see,
sir.
right? Okay. Now I'm trying to, do something here. Just have a look at it. This is a tree, right? Now the research is, right. So I'm typing it here. Right. I'm typing it here. Now I want to see what are the things that are helping a tree to grow, a plant to grow, right? what helps a plant to grow. So one might say sunlight, right? Another person can say water, right? Soil, many things. Can you see what I'm typing also?
Yes, can.
Yes, can.
Yes, can, sir.
Yes, can.
Now,
Yes.
yeah, now in scientific research, what we do is we want to see now. Now we'll take, for example, we'll take water, right? We'll take water, this one, and water. If you increase the water, if you give water to one plant, and a similar plant you have where the other conditions like sunlight, sunlight, then soil and other conditions are stable, right? And for one plant, one plant you give water, the other one you don't give water. This is how we do what you call experiments in the school, right? Scenario.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Okay. So very simple thing. I'm explaining this in a very simple way. So this one, right. So this, hold on. So we are increasing, right? We are increasing water. When you increase or when you give water, the plant will grow, right? And when you don't give water, the plant will not grow, right? So tell me here, what is the cause? What is the cause here? Water, right? Water causes what? What is the effect of this experiment?
Growth.
Growth, right? Very simple. But then, now if you look at this is how we do scientific research as well, right? Now, when it comes to scientific research, the word cause, we call it as independent variable. Remember that, huh? Independent variable, right? When it comes to the cause is called as independent variable. Then the effect, can anybody tell me what is the other variable? Also, you have done research? Can anyone tell me? No, it's called dependent variable. Dependent variable, right? So the effect is considered, it's a name, it's just a tag, right? So don't worry, these are very heavy words and all that, don't worry about it. Cause is what causes the effect, right? For another example, smoking causes cancer. So what is the cause? Smoking. What is the effect? Cancer. Simple as that, right? So the thing is, the independent variable and dependent variable is always there in a research. It's always there in a research, right? Because that is why research is all about. We want to see what are the things that are affecting pollution. Does increasing this is going to increase that, right? Does providing what do you call another hormone is going to affect growth of a plant or something like that, or is good leadership is going to affect motivation in employees, right? Is the leadership qualities are going to affect the performance of an organization. So many topics are there, right? So are you clear about this very simple explanation of research?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So these are the two main variables or two main components in a research. There are many others, right? So don't worry about them. So if you want to write it down, please write it down or take a snapshot of this, right? Because this is very important for you to understand on our way forward. Any questions on this? Okay, so if you don't understand, you don't have to worry, right? You don't have to worry, but you can ask. Right. Yeah, any questions? No. Right, now, if you are clear about that, I'm going to take you to my document here, right? So this I will first explain, then I will type in MS Teams, right? So that you all can either get a picture of it or write it down or whatever. And this is the format that you need to follow. Right? I'll type it also little in bold letters. Let me see. This is the format, right? Right. This is the format for your for both your assignments. Right. The topic. Right. Can you all see this Word document clearly? Can see.
Yes. Can see. Yes.
Right. Okay. So if you understand this clearly, your life is going to be very easy. So if you have a problem, please ask me. Right. Okay. First thing is a topic. What you need to do is you select a workplace problem issue, right, in your organization, right? And also you need to select one of the leadership topics that we learn in the classroom. Right now, still we are yet to learn much. Now today we are learning it, right? At least we are learning one theory today.
Excuse me, doctor. So can you repeat it? There was some technical error.
Sure. Right. So first thing is about the topic. So what you need to do is first select a workplace problem or an issue, right, in your organization. Right? Now, when you say an issue, don't talk about a drunkard or somebody coming late to office or small things, right? These are these can be sorted out things. But we have bigger issues like staff turnover, performance, efficiency, then process issues, like then maybe waste, maybe accidents, maybe there are major issues, right? So select one of the major issues that you have in your organization, right? Is that clear? Right.
Yes,
then then what you do is then you need to select one of the leadership topics that we discuss in the classroom. Now we discuss in the classroom leadership traits, leadership skill, leadership style, transformational leadership, transactional leadership, servant leadership, authentic leadership, all we are going to discuss, right? Now these are not yet discussed, so don't confuse yourself. So select one of the topics. And then what we are going to do is we are going to see the relationship, or we are going to see how these leadership topic is going to help, or this particular leadership theory that we are discussing is going to help to overcome this issue, right? Now say for example, I'll give you an example of a topic, right? I'm going to type that example, right? I'm going to type it here, right? So don't worry. Right, so the topic for the assignment, select an organizational issue. So I'll give example, performance, less performance. Huh? It's an issue, no? Example is performance. So example is performance, less performance or inadequate performance. Right? And then what you do is, again you select leadership theory that you learn in the classroom. Even if there is a theory that you don't learn in the classroom also, that's fine. But at least you, if you can do this, that's enough. Now I'll give an example, leadership style. Select a leadership theory that you learn in the classroom, leadership style example. Right? Now, example of a topic is topic would be effect of leadership style on performance ABC company. That's your company name. I'm given an example here. Example is the effect of leadership style. We are learning leadership styles, right? So we are going to research on that and see, right, on the performance of your company, because you have an issue because your performance is low. Is that clear?
Doctor, we can't see your typing.
Why? It's on the chat now.
Please check in the chat box. Yeah.
Others, can you see others?
Yeah, can.
Okay, doctor. Okay, thank you.
Right. So, is there any issue or is there any confusion on this? You can speak up if you don't understand what I said here. You know, I'll give an example also, right? So this is how you should develop your topic, right? And your organizational issue has to be a broader one, right? I told you, not a small one, like, you know, small things are there anyway, right? But it has to be a broader one, like it can be staff turnover is a real issue for people. Then other issues like efficiency issues, then operational issues, right? Then performance is the issue, right? Waste. There are many things like that, right? Motivation of people can be an issue, right? Service levels can be an issue, right? So all these are the issues that you can identify in an organization at a very broader level. First you select that, and then you select a topic that you like, a theory that you like. We are going to learn many theories, right? Out of that, you select one. So I gave you an example here. That's leadership style. Now I want you, now I gave an example of this topic now. Can you all tell me what is the independent variable and, okay, before that I think I'm having a clarification. Right, okay, good question. I'm talking about this first one. Now this topic is for the
Block, right?
or the individual right. For the first one, right? This is for the first one. Individual. It's a presentation. It's a PowerPoint presentation. Okay. First one first. Okay. So I'm trying to train you for the first assignment. Is that clear, Hanifa? Are you okay? Yes. Number of slides and those things I will let you know. Right? Don't talk about it now. The technical things I will let you know. I'm just trying to give you a brief about how to start this. Okay. Number of slides, how to what are the things that you should input, what are the things you should not. Everything I'm going to talk later, not now. Right? Okay. Now, can any one of you tell me this particular example, the topic that I gave you, right? This according to this, as per this topic that I given you, what is the independent variable and what is the dependent variable?
Independent variable is people skills.
Dependent variant would be the staff learner or or staff are not happy.
Yeah. No. This particular example that I given you, can you identify? Example what I given you?
That means the organization issue, performance leadership.
Performance
theory.
issue is one of the people skill.
What is the independent variable?
People's skills.
Not skill. I have said leadership style. There's no skill there, right?
There is two things: performance leadership theory and leadership style. So this is these two things you have to find out the independent and dependent. Right?
No. Now listen. Now I have given you an example here, right? What I want you to do is this particular example. Can you see this example here? What I have typed? Guys, can you see the example or not? I'm worried.
Yeah, we can see.
Can see.
We can see.
Example topic that I have given you. What is the independent variable in that particular topic? What is the dependent variable?
Independent is leadership style.
Yes.
Dependent performance of the
Performance. Yes.
Dependent
Very good.
is performance.
Dependent is performance.
Yes. So, so is that clear to all of you? Any questions? Any confusions you all are having? Yeah. Now, Hanifa. Did you understand, Hanifa? Can you come over? Can you? Did you understand what I said?
Yes, understand. Yes.
Yeah. Now, what you have said is, now I was referring to my example, right? As per my example, Hanifa, what is the independent variable? As per my example, I have given.
Leadership style.
Yeah, and the dependent variable is?
Performance.
Performance, good. Also, can we have, hold on, Harshi? Harshi, did you understand this? What you have mentioned is not what I have written. Harshi, are you there? Okay, Harshi, Diana, are you there?
Yes,
Anyway,
I'm there. Yeah.
because your answer is not correct. Now, did you understand?
Yes, got the point.
Do you understand? You understand it now, right?
Yep.
It's the cause and effect, right? But when you use two different words, you sometimes tend to get confused, right? Okay. But you all should understand this clearly, right? So, Now I'm getting back to my, the format. If you look at the format, I said you need to have your topic where the independent and the dependent variables have to be there. Right? Now you understand what I'm saying here. Is that clear?
Yes.
Okay, so the first thing you do is a topic in your assignment, right? Now this is a PowerPoint presentation that you all do, right? So, so for that only I'm talking here, right? So there you select the topic accordingly. Then the next one, what you should do is you need to introduce, right? You need to introduce two things. After the topic, you introduce two things. First one is your company. Second one is your problem or the issue. Is that clear? First you introduce the company and then your problem or the issue. Now practically we have seen students, when you are asked to introduce your company, you are very proud and you are very happy, right? You come out and give your organization structure, your director information, awards that you won. Don't bring too much of information here. What we need to understand is what type of organization this is, right? What type of organization this is, and what is their market share generally. Is it a bigger organization? Is it a small organization? Is it a manufacturing organization or service oriented organization? Is it a hotel? We just want to know that. So just briefly explain about the company. Then you explain the problem. Now when you explain the problem, you say we are having this problem like this, this is the problem exactly. Right? That's number 2, introduction. Now number 3 is, when it comes to number 3 is justification. Now justification means, now any research or any type of work like this, we need to tell the person who is reading or the reader or the whoever it is going to go through this, that doing this type of research is very important, right? Why doing research like this is very important? The reason, right? Now say for example, if the performance is down, people will be people will not be motivated. There is a chance that the organization can't continue like this, right? So there can be many issues like that happening, because if the performance is going to come down, right? And there people may be demotivated. There can be many issues in the efficiency may go down. So there are a lot of things. So you have to tell there are many issues, many things that are there, and it's important for us to research on this and find a solution for this. That's justification. So justification can be given in 2 ways. One is you can give your own organizational details. Now say for example, if your annual report shows that your profits have come down, you can bring that graph or something from your annual report, right? Or if there are any other management report that says that the profits have come down or the efficiencies have come down, you can show that as a justification. See, you can look at my graph, look at our annual report. These things are becoming bad. You can show it like that. That is one way. If you don't have access to annual reports, or if you can't reveal things, you can bring quotations from earlier researchers. Now there are certain researchers might say leadership skill is very important for performance, right? So that way you can bring in quotations. Now you know how to bring a quotation now through academic writing, right? You all learn. So you bring in those quotations from there. So 2 ways of justifying. Is this clear up to this point? Are there any queries, that any issues that you have? Is it clear up to this point before we go forward?
Excuse me, sir. Will you please explain the justification part again?
Yeah. Okay. Now justification means we are telling why is it important for us to do a research on this topic? Is it important, right? And how important it is to do a research on this. Now, in doing so, you can't just say it's important to, research this. You can't just say like that. You have to prove it. So how do you prove that is? You can bring in your own organizational data. Say, for example, like maybe from annual report. You can say, now if you're talking about performance, and if the performance have come down, right, you can show those statistics, right? See, the performance have really come down, right? So there's something wrong with the leadership and the management of this organization. So you can show that. If the efficiencies have come down or something, right, like that, you can show statistics from your annual report or any management report. That is one way. Second way is if you don't have access to reports and things like that to bring data, you can bring any scientist or any journal authors who have done research and saying that it's important, this particular topic is important. Now, in my case, I gave you an example on leadership. I said leadership style and performance. So there may be researches done on leadership style and performance earlier, which says it is very important for you to have the right leadership style to improve your performance in your organization. Right? Did that explain you?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Right. Okay. So so the third part is justification. I finished it. Right? Okay. So next is, now what we do is we go and do literature reviews. Literature reviews means we go and read books, we read journals, we read websites, articles, right? Newspapers, magazines, or any sources, right? On the topic, on the particular topic, and try to gather scientifically proven information. Now, why scientifically proven information is, people can't just say things like, people can't just say smoking causes cancer. It is proven by scientific research. So you need to go back to journals, because journals are, generally coming from scientific research outcomes, right? And some of the books are like that. So some of the websites are there which comes out with scientific outcomes, right? And generally articles, the magazines and all that, not very reliable ones, we don't normally take into account here, right? So what are the journals that you can access? Now, journals, there are certain reliable journals that you need to access. Right? Now, one is called, as you can see it here, called JSTOR, Emerald, Science Direct, Google Scholar, EBSCO, right? Are some of the reliable, sources or journals that you can get. These are the sites that you can get the journals, right? Then you have books, e-books, that are reliable ones, you can refer, and you need to bring in literature. Literature means, knowledge, what they talk about this topic to your work, right? So you have to at least bring in 12 theories. You have to discuss 12 theories, right? At least 5 from outside the classroom teachings, because we are going to teach you theories, right? Apart from that, at least 5 should be there coming from your research. Yeah, now these are the sites where you can access reliable journals. There are many other sites as well, but out of this, Google Scholar is generally free. Otherwise, certain ones will charge you some fee, right? Google Scholar is basically totally free. right? And answer to your question, Amila, is these are the sites that you can, these are the journal sites where you can go and access thousands of reliable journals written by different authors. When you go to these sites, Emerald, Science Direct, Google Scholar, and you get thousands and thousands, right, of journals written by reliable authors. Okay. Hope this is clear to you all, right? And also when you do the literature reviews, you need to do you all know what is in-text referencing and end-text referencing? Do you all know? Yes. Yeah. So when you bring these journal learnings, this is not your knowledge, no. You are getting it from somebody else. So we have to mention their name. That's called citation. So how we cite is, you all learn how to cite it, right? And also you need to do the referencing later, right? But in the literature review part, you need to do citations. You need to cite, right? And how do you cite? You know, right? For example, do you all know how to cite? Do the citations?
I don't know.
Yes, it was taught by Mr. Fasalte.
Okay, great. Right. So anyway, later we will discuss again a few examples as well. So you need to cite it, right? And next is analysis. Next part is analysis. Now under analysis, now listen to this very carefully, right? And if you don't understand, please ask me. Now you all brought 12 theories now on the topic and you explained it. Now out of these 12 theories, we are selecting about 5 or 6 and we are bringing it to analysis. What we do here is we first identify what is the learning from this theory. Number one, first thing is learning from the theories. Then the second thing is how do we do things in our organization? In the real scenario, what is our real scenario? How do we do things in our organization on that particular notion? Now say for example, if the theory says that leaders should behave like this so that the staff would be or the followers would be motivated, right? So that is the learning that you get from the theory. Now you need to explain how does your leaders behave in this manner, right? Do they do like as it is told to do or differently? Then you identify a gap there, right? So that part is called as critical evaluation we do. Now sometimes you may not do things in the exact way the theory says. There may be reasons, right? Now say for example, some of the theories cannot be executed in every office in the same way. Now the best example is like plantations. Now in plantations, majority of the workers are blue collar workers, right? So some of the theories might not work for them because their perceptions, their motivation levels are different, right? So in an airline, how you treat people, how you do things is quite different. So some of the theories, some other things may not be related to your organization. So that discussion, that critical analysis has to come in there. So I'm going to repeat it again. In analysis, what we do is we select about 5 or 6 literature reviews that we discuss in the literature review part, and we bring these 5 or 6 to analysis. And then we explain the learning from that, the learnings. And also we state how we do in real world, how we do things in our organization. In our organization, how do we do things? Then you can mention the gap, right? If there is a gap. right? And if your organization is not doing something that as per the theory, but there are reasons for it that you need to explain. Did you guys understand what I said, or is there any confusion there? Is it clear? Did you all understand or not?
Yes.
Got it, right? If anybody is not clear, please ask me, because this is very essential. You get most of the marks you get for analysis. Right. Okay. Great. So I'm explaining in a very simple way. Yeah? Right. Now we are going into the next part, is recommendations part. Now when you go to the recommendations, where are these recommendations coming from?
From the analysis.
From the analysis. Very good. Because we identify the gap now there. So from the analysis, the recommendations should come. And we need to show from which theory it's coming. That connection should be there. Right? And your recommendations has to be very specific. I mean, now we are learning the gap. The gap that we identified is what to do. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? Now, gap we identify under the analysis is what to do. So we know what to do in our organization. Now, how to do it, where to do it, when to do it, who's going to do it is to be decided by you. Right? So you need to generally recommend what to be done, and then you need to come out with an action plan to be very specific, or we call it as SMART actions. Right? Has to be SMART. Is that clear to all of you?
Yes.
Right? Okay. Right. So you give your recommendations. Then there's another part. The next part is called as self-reflection. Self-reflection means now you all are doing a research now. You all are going to read things. You are going to go through journals, and you are going to do analysis, and you learn certain things. Out of this learning, what did I learn as a person? Now this is very personal to you. Now maybe by doing this you learn, how to read a journal and understand things, how to manage, time, with your other activities, other matters, right? So there may be personal things that you gain out of this, right? It is not about the leadership and about that problem and all that. Don't talk about it here, because we have discussed about that earlier. So self-reflection is about you. What did you learn from this exercise? Right? Did you learn anything out of this exercise? You need to mention here. Right? Then the next part is we are going into referencing or references. Right? So all the citations that you had in your body of your presentation has to be reference. Right? Has to be reference. Right? So basically this is the structure of your presentation, right? PowerPoint presentation. And there was a question that how much of slides that you want and all that. Now, if you are going to do in pairs, now why I'm asking pairs is, still the university didn't confirm this time. All this time we did pairs, but this time we are not sure whether they are going to do in pairs or individual, right? If you are to be done in pairs, then you do it in 20 minutes time, right? But if you are going to do it in individual, you are going to do it in 15 minutes time, right? So 20 minutes means roughly, about 1 minute for a slide, right? So therefore maximum about 19 slides you can do, right? So the number of slides will be determined by generally the time given to you, right? Okay. So how the marks will be given is based on the format that is given to you in the student module. Student module format gives you the weightages given for your assignments. Right. So and all, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So this is the what do you call, this is the assignment that we have to do in next 1.5 month of time. Is that so?
Exactly. The first assignment. This is the format of your first assignment. I took a lot of time to explain it very, and to ensure that you all understand it. So this is the first one that you have to do. So now you all know how to come out with the topic and what is the format of your assignment. Right. Also, one thing that I didn't tell you is you have to just indicate a video link related to leadership somewhere in your assignment, right? Video link related to leadership. No need to run it when you do it, right? No need to run, but you need to just showcase it. Just show it, show the link related to leadership. Right. Now what I'm going to do is, yes, PowerPoint presentation, not the PowerPoint presentation. What I'm going to do is I'm going to type in the structure here, right? I will type in the structure here and I will show you a video of a presentation done by an earlier student, right? Is that enough for you? Right? I will now type the structure again here, right? Okay. Is Sampath, is it okay? I'm typing it, give me a few minutes.
Point 2 should be the introduction.
Sorry, yeah, I have to correct it. So give me a moment. I'm correcting it. Right. 2 is intro. Introduction. You introduce the topic and the issue. Right. Then 3 will be right. 3 is justification and 4 would be literature reviews. At least 12. The number of literature reviews. Right. 5 is analysis. And in the analysis, you need to bring 5 to 6 from literature review. Right. And here what we do is best practices, learn, versus how you do in your organization. And 6 is recommendations, connect to literature review number. That means now say if your literature review 1 is being discussed at analysis,